Good morning, everyone. Only few have joined. Right, okay, no problem. Until others join, please quickly rush through with regard to the limiting factor, because today's chapter is, of course, the advanced part of the limiting factor, right? Yeah. Okay, what is meant by limiting factor? Good morning, guys, the people who have joined through online. Karishma, Sheba, Umar, morning, everyone. Yeah, yeah. Only turnout is this, no? Ah, okay. Last yesterday also there was.
Yeah, yesterday also.
Yeah.
I'll also inform it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I don't know how you are going to take it up this subject. Rather say sometime you may get late. That's not a problem. Getting coming late and all. The problem that you have, if you missed out the class, you will pay a price, because exam subject is very tough. Not like other modules. There are number of topics. Syllabus is very vast. To be honest, I'm telling you, the difference between SEMA management account, SEMA is a part of the management accounting. Most of the definitions being copied from what? SEMA. If you look at the SEMA management accounting and the ACCA management accounting, SEMA, there are two parts, which is what? P1 and P2. P1 is a one module, P2 is another module. P1 is a one complete module that is in the second year, which is what? Stage number 2. P2 is stage number 3. If you look at ACCA performance management, together one module. P1 and P2 together one module. Only the one topic which is missing, that is what? Investment appraiser. Maybe you would have done that part with some other financial management, I believe. Investment net present value, IRR. No, that's a basic. You have an advanced version of what? Investment appraiser. Dealing with taxations, inflations, sensitivity analysis, IRR, MIRR, advanced version of what? Investment appraisal. You will be discussing under finance. You all have you all done the financial management? Done? Not yet, no? Right. So that part, most probably you'll be discussing. Only that topic is different. Also, if you look at the paper structure, there's no choice. You have three sections. Section A, effectively you are having what? How many questions? Forgot. 15 OTQ question. 15 OTQ question, which will contain 2 marks. Then altogether how much? 30 marks. Section B, 5 what? Short answer question. Am I correct? Short answer question. That is also how many marks? 30 marks. Then the section C, effectively you are having what? 2 compulsory questions. So that is the place where I am having a problem to decide which part that will be tested as a what? 20 marks. It can be anything from what your syllabus. It is anywhere from what your syllabus. Also, as of now, we have covered only 30 to 35% of what your syllabus. Around with tomorrow's class, I can say 40% of the syllabus will be covered with tomorrow's class. Another 60% to be covered. So how many chapters we discuss? Just imagine. There are some topics which is what? Interconnected. If you look at break even, only the basic level they are having what? Single product break even. Only the upper level they are having what? Because we discuss both. Limiting factor, we discussed a single limiting factor last week, I believe, with the throughput accounting. Today we are going to discuss the multiple limiting factor. So likewise, the syllabus is very vast. That is one problem. Another challenge that are we going to face with the what? Questions. Questions are what? Cases are what? Quite different. You can't do any predictions over here. The knowledge that you have gained where in the class to be applied where in the exam. Because you may think, why this person is forcing always for the exam. I want to maintain my pass rate as well on the other side. Am I correct? How much if I'm doing a good classes, if you do not cooperate with me, end of the day, let's say if you are going to fail the exam, it is not good for my name as well. On the other day, am I correct? Getting 50 marks is very, very easy. Gettable. Getting 50 is what gettable. Am I correct or wrong? Out of 100, no, only we have to get what? Half. But at the same time, don't ever target for 50. If you target for 50, you will never get 50. Your marks would be 25 to 30. You got my point. Always, you should target for 100. Getting less than 100, no problem. Above what? 50. Any marks is okay. I hope you understood my point. So for this module, if you target for 50, it's all. You'll never get 50 when the exam. Please cooperate with me. You are having a time now. Almost you have 1.5 months. Now we are in January 20, 21st, 20, 23. I'm reducing the number of days. You are having exam March 15, no? I believe. March 5. Then February, whole month is available. Then here 10 days, there are 5 altogether. Let's forget about these 10 and 5. Let's say you are having only 1 month. Try your level best to do maximum number of questions from each and every area. You tell me, if you keep on doing some work again, you will be perfect or not? You tell me the truth. You will be perfect. Then you will be waiting for the moment to get for the exam. If you are ready for the exam, you will wait for the moment to what? Face the exam. But if you keep on dragging, start tomorrow, start day after, right? You will never start. Also, don't ever try the what easiest question. I always keep on telling you to what? Focus on the complicated question. Because complicated questions will give you the knowledge to tackle the easiest questions where in the exam. That's why always focusing 10 marks, 20 marks questions. Right? Don't miss the classes. Because simple idea. If you do not know what is meant by single product, you will not understand what is meant by multi-product. If you do not know what is meant by single limiting factor, you won't understand the throughput accounting. Then you won't understand the what? Linear program. It will impact the what? The whole part of what? The short-term decision. Not only that, you do not know the marginal costing system. You remember, we talked about marginal costing. Marginal costing means contribution will be more important than what? Profit. How to calculate contribution? Sales minus all variable costs. Sales minus all variable costs. Under marginal costing system, there are 7 topics. Under the heading of marginal costing. One, what we discussed, limiting factor. Another one, what we are going to discuss tomorrow, relevant costing. Make or buy decision. Linear programming. Common short-term decision making. Under common short-term decision making, accepting special order, joint product, and further processing, shutdown operation. Sorry, there are a number of techniques to be discussed under short-term decision, but those are what small topics. Only one small topic. Make or buy decision. Sorry, shutdown operations. There is a 120 marks past paper question. That is only 2% where you see. Shutdown operation, if you try to find out the percentage perspective, it will give you 2%. For that area, there's a 120 marks past paper question. That's the reason I'm telling you all, it's very difficult for me to do predictions in advance. We'll have to make sure the 360 view with regard to the what? Then only you can pass the exam. Good morning, Umar. I hope the people have joined the online, you would have understood my situations, right? You will cooperate with me to what? Pass the exam. That is what my main intention, right? Okay, let's get started without further delay. Linear programming, right? Also, you can call multiple limiting factor, dealing with multiple limiting factor, multiple limiting factor. One more assumptions over here. Maximum 2 products. Maximum how many products? 2 products. Then there's a questions. What are the questions? If I say maximum 2 products, then there's a questions. If it is what? More than 2 products. It's another method. We call it as what? Simplex method, which is a very complex method. It's not in our syllabus. We are not going to discuss the simplex method. Maximum we are going to deal with the what? 2 products. Company is going to have what? 2 products. Right. You remember we talked about single limiting factor. Single limiting factor. What is meant by limiting? It comes under short-term decision making. What is meant by short-term? Less than a year or less than 6 months. What is more important? Contribution of profit. Contribution will be more important than what? Profit. Then the marginal costing system is always what? Applied. Because the marginal costing system, we do focus on the what? Because on a marginal costing system, we are assuming fixed production overheads is or overheads are period cost. Overheads are considered as a what? Period cost, which is not relevant for decision making. Right? Now, under that only we discussed about what? Limiting factor. We went on what? Limiting factor. What is meant by limiting factor? Perfect answer. A resource that restricts, limits, block, right? Annoy the profit maximization of an organization. It can be a material, or it can be a what? Labors. It can be a what? Machinery, or it can be a working capital, anything. How to identify the limiting factor? How are we going to identify the limiting factor? No, that's the way of ranking the product. So first of all, we need to identify what is the limiting factor. Umar? Only Umar is talking now. That's it. Malavika? How to identify the limiting factor? Because you know you will be doing operations. You are producing the product and you are selling the product. Then you should know this is the limiting factor. Whether what material is limiting factor, labor, or machine hours, that should be a way of what finding the limiting factor. How to identify the limiting factor? Very good, Malavika. Very good. We call it as what? Shortfall. It is one word answer, shortfall. But correct. The definition is correct. We need to identify how much is needed and how much is what? Available. If there is any shortfall, which is called as what? Limiting factor. If you have equal resources or surplus resources, it's not a limiting factor because that factor will not impact your productions or profit. So how to identify the limiting factor? Any resource which is giving you the what? Shortfall or deficiency, which is known as what? Limiting factor. And you remember, we dealt only one limiting factor. So when you are facing the limiting factor, it's very clear, you won't be able to satisfy entire customer where in the market since you don't have sufficient resources. In such a situation, as a management accountant, performance management accounting is teaching us, we need to get the best usage of what? Our resources. In other words, we need to get the what? Maximum benefit by using what? Our available resources. Because our main objective would be to maximize our company's what? Profit. Maximize what? Our company's profit. In such a situation, what we will do is we will identify what is the product which is giving us what? More profits. What is the product which is giving us what? More profit. How do we calculate? What you said? The contribution per limiting factor. We need to calculate the what? Not contribution, don't forget. Not based on the contribution, it is based on the contribution per limiting factor. Then you will rank the product. Then what? You will allocate the resources based on the what? Ranking. Then you will identify the maximum production plan. Then you will calculate the profit for the maximum production plan. That is what we discuss under one single limiting factor. With that knowledge, we introduce a technique or the concept called throughput accounting. Throughput accounting definitions are quite similar to the what single limiting factor, but only one difference. We need to maximize the not contribution, throughput contribution. Because in the modern business environment, we say all the labors, most of the labors are paid on the basis of what? Fixed. Then the labor which would be treated as a what? Factory overhead, not the what? Direct cost. Then we will be finding a super variable cost, that is what? Material. To calculate the contribution, only the material will be subtracted. So that is known as what? Throughput contribution. Same problem that will prevail under what? Throughput contribution or throughput accounting, theory of constraint, we call it as theory of constraint. What is that? We should live with the constraint. It cannot be eliminated. It cannot be what? Eliminated. We should live with the constraint. This is what called what? Resources. As long as if you are able to get what shortfall resources, then there is no limiting factor. Do you all agree with me? As a limiting factor, let's say material 10,000 kilogram shortfall. If you are able to get that 10,000 kilogram from the market, is that a limiting factor? Is that a limiting factor? No. Therefore, one of the main assumption under what limiting factor, we should, or theory of constraint, we should live with the what? Constraint. We should live with the constraint. But in the long run, all the constraints should have been what? Eliminated. By using a management accounting technique, we'll have to find out the way of what? Eliminating the constraint in the long run. That's the reason all these concepts are, or the techniques are available only in the what? Short run. Clear? Now, when it comes to throughput accounting, we called as what? Not the limiting factor. It can be called as what? Constraint or what? Bottleneck resources. Bottleneck resources or bottleneck process. Process which would become a what? Bottleneck if there is a what? Shortfall resources. Then once again we will rank the product based on what? Throughput contribution per bottleneck resources. Throughput contribution per bottleneck resources. Then we will allocate the resources. Then we will find out the maximum production plan. Then we will calculate the profit of the company. Sometimes normal traditional limiting factor may give you the completely different answer when you try to use the what? Throughput accounting. Because traditional method, ranking method may differ from what? Sometimes. Throughput accounting, ranking method. Then you may ask the question, what is the best method? Both are best method. That will be decided based on the nature of the business, whether how your labor forces are paid. If the labor forces are paid on the basis of what? Fixed, then you have to come up with a throughput accounting. If the labor forces are paid on the basis of variable, then you have to come up with a traditional costing system. That is what we discussed under single limiting factor. Now we are going to deal with the what? Multiple limiting factor. What is exactly meant by multiple limiting factor? We may have more than what? One limiting factor. So here the limiting factor, we call it as what? Constraint. We call it as what? Constraint. We don't call it as what? Limiting. But it doesn't mean that it's wrong. But the correct terminology that we are using at a linear programming for the limiting factor, constraints. Constraints means what? Limiting factors. Limiting factors. Since we are going to deal with the multiple limiting factor, what is going to happen? Because I said what? Maximum 2 products. Maximum two products. One resource says you can produce A X amount, B X amount. At the same time, another limiting factor says A you can produce only this much, B you can produce only this much. Resources C says what? Another quantity. Now there are what we are going to face with the multiple problem. Now what are we going to do under linear programming or multiple limiting factor? Incorporating all the what resources, what would be our maximum production plan? But that area we'll be learning in some time, no worries. That area, the maximum production plan that are we going to achieve, that area we call it as what? Feasible region. Another name is feasible polygon. Feasible region or what? Feasible polygon, right? So say for an example, let's say you are making a two products. You are making a two product. Let's say this is Y, this is X product. Listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. Let's talk about first material. Let's talk about first material. Let's say we have a 10,000 kilogram. Example. We have material 10,000 kilogram. This material is suggesting, material says, why you can make 800 units or 1000 units. Why you can make how many units? 1000 units. Or why, sorry, X you can make 700 units. This is the, line. By using your what material resources, maximum Y you can make how many units? 1000 units. Or X you can make how many units? 700 units. This is what we have got from the material. Is that clear? Is that clear? The material availability, available material says what? Either you can make Y 1000 units, right? Or X how many units? 700 units. Now let's check the labor. Labor, let's say we have 7,000 hours. Labor availability behind the company is how many hours? 7,000. Labor says you can make Y 600 units or X 900 units. I hope you understood my point. Still, I didn't start the chapter. I'm just giving you the brief to start the chapter. Right? Now, for the time being, let's assume there are two limiting factors when our company. One is the material is our limiting factor. Second one is labor is another limiting factor. Material suggests you can make Y 1000 units, right? Or X how many units? 700 units. X 700 units. But at the same time, labor says you can make Y only 600, but X you can make what? 90. Is that clear? Right. Now my two questions. My first question. For this company, is it possible for them to make Y 1000 units? If they want to produce a product, we need to maximize what our production. Do you agree with me? How much you are increasing your production, you can make what? More profit. You can make more profit. So here, based on the material availability, it clearly says what you can make 1000 units. My first question, can they make 1000 units? Can they produce 1000 units? From the online, Malavika, can they make 1000 units? Why? Can or can't? Very simple question I'm asking. Very simple. Can they make 1000 units of what? Why? Malavika, Umar, Emily, Karishma. I hope you understood the questions. Material you have 10,000 kilogram. By using material, you can make 1000 units of Y. Superb, Sanjana. Excellent answer. Priyanka, superb. You can make 1,000. Why? If you are going to produce 1,000, you are the happiest person. Other resource which is blocking to make 1,000 units, do you have sufficient labor? You tell me. To make 1,000 units of what Y, do you have sufficient labor forces where in your company? No. Therefore, by incorporating both resources, maximum you can go for this level. Agree with me? Incorporating what? Both resources, maximum you can go for what? 600 units of what? Y. When the X is what? 0. When the X is what? 0. That's okay. When the X is 0, maximum you can go for what? 600 units. Now, at the same time, I just want to check for Y also. If you look at Y, can they go for a X? If I look at the X, can they go for a 900 units? Can they produce 900 units? Can they produce 900 units? Because that is the maximum production, no? As much as what if you are increasing your production, but you can maximize what your profit. By using both resources, can they go for 900 units? Can they go for 900 units? My question. Do they have sufficient resources of material to go for 900 units? Do they have sufficient resources to go for 900 units? Material. Material says how many units that maximum you can make. By using both resources. Because to make a product, you are required what? Both what? Resources. It is needed. Both resources are what needed to make sure you need what fabric, you need what labor force. Let's say you have a fabric, on the other side, you don't have a labor force. Can you make sure without the labor force then? By only using the fabric? No. Therefore, by incorporating both resources, maximum you can go for what? This level. Do you all agree with me? Do you all agree with me? This area, we call it as what? Feasible region, or another name is what? Feasible polygon. Are you clear? Still, I didn't start the subjects. Sorry, topics. I'm just telling you the basic introduction. It's very good, Sanjana. Sanjana is saying what? Again, we don't have a sufficient material to go for a what? 900 units. To produce a product, it will require both what? Resources. It will require what? Both resources. So by incorporating all the resources, you can go for a only for the maximum this area. Agree with me? This area, we can call it as what? Feasible region. Feasible region. So in this area, anywhere you can produce your product. Even you can produce a product for this area. You can produce a product this area. You can produce a product this area. This area. This area. This wherever you want that area, you can produce a product. As a management accountant, what we are going to do is we are going to identify which area from the feasible region is going to give you the what? More profits. Say for an example, if I take this area is let's say A, I'm going to find out how many units of what? Y, how many units of what? X. Then I'll identify what is my profit. Or if I take this area, let's say this is C, then I will find out what is the Y number of unit, what is the X number of unit, then I'll find out what is my maximum profit. Clear? The way of finding this profit, there are two methods. One we call it as what? Corner point method. It is not available in the syllabus, but I'm going to explain to you. Corner point method. Another method is what? ISO profit line method. Both method would give you the what? Same answer at the end. But corner point method little longer work. That's the reason in an exam, if it is tested under section B, You can't spend more time on a point method. But the graph will be provided. It will be given to you all graph. Only you will have to answer from the graph if they are going to test you on a linear program, right? Therefore, for the time being, I will explain both methods, but try to focus only on the ISO profit line method. Clear? Right. Now, let's come back to the topic. Linear programming. What is exactly meant by linear programming? We are going to deal with the multiple limiting factor, maximum 2 products. There are few steps to be attuned when it comes to linear programming. First, we need to identify the variables. What is meant by variable? I'm not using the jargons over here. What are the 2 products? What are your 2 products? That is what is known as, because I said maximum 2 products. It can be A and B, or it can be X and Y. It can be K and L, anything. You need to identify the 2 variables. 2 variables means 2 products. That is the first step. Clear? Second step, you need to find out objective functions. What is meant by objective functions? I hope you all have brought the graph paper, correct? Graph paper. You have brought, no? Anybody who have brought the 2 graph paper, just share to your friends, or you can get it 1 graph paper during the break time. Right. Online student, I'm sure that you all have the graph paper. Thank you. Right. Let's come back to the second step. Objective function. What is meant by objective function? Objective function. What is the, forget about the objective function. What is the company's objective? Maximizing the profit. Under short term, maximizing the contribution. Do you agree with me? That is the second step. Maximizing the contribution. Take an example. How to maximize the contribution? Let's say there are 2 products, X and Y. Correct? X and Y. Let's say the contribution for X, $10 per unit. You know how to calculate contribution, selling price minus all variable costs. Y, let's say $7 per unit. $7 per unit. Now, what is the objective function? This is the what do you call abbreviations, right? For objective function, Z equal 10. We don't know what is the number of units. That is what we are going to find out. Agree with me? Do we know the number of units in advance? Don't. 10 x number of units. 10x plus, very good, 7. This is the objective function for this company. Is that understandable? Let's say this is 3, this is 2, then what? 3x plus what? 2y is an objective function. Are you clear the way of finding the objective function? But here, straight away, I have given the contribution. You know how to calculate the contribution. Selling price minus all variable costs. Under any circumstances, fixed overhead cannot be adjusted. Fixed overhead cannot be adjusted. Clear? Third step, everything is given via in my study text, study material. Third step, we need to find out constraints. We need to find out the constraints. There are constraint means what? Very simple word, limiting factor. There are number of limiting factors. Any resource if it's saying as what short for, which is known as what constraints or limiting factor. So I'll continue with the same example. Let's say this is X, this is Y, this is Y. You know the contribution, I said what, $10 per unit. This is $5, sorry, $7. $7 per unit, right? Now let's say to make X, you need 2 kilogram of raw material, right? To make Y, let's say it will require 3 kilogram of raw material. To make X, it will require 5 hours, right? To make Y, it will require 4 hours, right? Then they will give you available material, let's say 10,000 kilograms. Available labors, 7,000 hours. Available labors, how many hours? 7,000 hours. Now we are going to find out the constraint. How to calculate the constraint? Listen very carefully. To make X, you need how many kilo? 2 kilo. Therefore, each unit will require 2x plus each unit of Y will require how many kilogram? 3y, right? Less than or equal to 10,000 kilograms. Why I have written? Because you would have learned this part in very basic level. Inequalities, right? Why I have written less than or equal to 10,000? What's the reason? Why are we going to use less than 10,000? As long as if you have a 10,000 kilogram, we can use entire 10,000 kilogram. No? Why I have used the word of what? That inequality says what? You can use equal to 10,000 or what? Less than 10,000. No, that's correct. That is a limiting factor. Why can't I use the entire 10,000? Instead of using a less than or equal to 10,000, I could have put as a what? Equal to 10,000. No? As much as if you are using the resources, you can produce what? More number of units. Then you can maximize what your profit. That is what we are learning under management accounting, performance management. Why I have used the word of what? Less than 10,000. Equal or less than 10,000. Sorry? Not perfect answer. Very good. Perfect answer. Very good, Priyanka. Even the Priyanka also gave me the same answer. As I've explained previously here, just have a look at this graph. Here's my graph. What happened to my graph? Is it disappeared? Yeah, no. It has disappeared. Now I'll have to start everything from the scratch now. Right, you remember we did the graph and we said what this is material, right? This is what labor. This is what labor. So material says what you can make it what 1,000 units. At the same time, the labor says what you can go only with what 700 units. Since you are going to produce 700 units as a production, there will be a shortfall of what? Sorry, there will be a surplus material of what? The company. So labor will be fully utilized. Labor will be what? Fully utilized. This, let's say this is what? Labor. This is what? Material. Labor will be fully utilized when you are making 700 units. But the material, since you are producing 700 units, material availability to make how many units? 1000 units. Now you have a what? Excess resources. You will agree with me. You are having a what? Excess resources. You got my point. That's the reason I have written how 2x plus 3y less than or equal to what? Example, 10,000. So labor, let's say the labor requirement is 2 hours, right? Now 2x, let's say y will require 5 hours. 5y, once again, less than or equal to what? Let's say 7,000 hours. That's why we are writing less than or equal to what? That particular quantity. Not exactly equal to that quantity, because as Priyanka said, other factor which is blocking the what to go for a what? That particular production level. Are you clear? Are you clear? That is the what? Third step. What is the first step? We need to find out define the variable. We need to define the what? Variable. Second step is what? Find out the objective function, which is what? Maximizing the contribution. What is the third step? Identify the constraint. Identify the constraint. Fourth step is what? We need to get the values for this constraint. How to get the values for these constraints? Just have a look. Just have a look. First, for the what? Material. This is what I said is material. No, this is material. Right? This is what? This is what? Labor. Just have a look. Let's talk about material. Material. This is x. This is y. If x equals to 0, 3y equals to what? 10,000. Do you agree with me? If x equals to 0, 3y equals to how much? 10,000. Therefore, y equals to 3,333.33. Correct? If y equals to 0, 2x equals to what? 10,000. Therefore, x equals to how much? 5,000. Are you clear? This is the way of getting the 2 points for what? Each what? Limiting factor. Each constraint. Right? Same thing for what? Labor. If you look at the labor, x, y, if x equals 0, 5y equals to what? 7,000. Therefore, 7,000 divided by 5 is how much? 1,000. No. 1,000 minus 1,000. 1,004. Yes. If y equals 0, x is how much? 3,000. Once again, we'll go back to the step. First, define the variable. Second, calculate the objective function. Calculate the objective function. Third step is what? Identify the constraint. Identify the constraint. Fourth step is what? Finding the values for the constraint. Fifth one is what? Let us get the graph. How? This is what? Y. This is what? X. Right? So material says what? If x equals 0, y is how much? 3,333.33. Correct? If y equals 0, x is how much? 5,000. This is for what? Material. Am I clear to you? Same thing for what? Labor. If you look at labor, x equals 0, y is how much? 1,400. 1,400. Then this is how much? 3,500. This is for what? Labor. Then you will draw for what? Machine hours. Let's say the machine hours is like this. This is for the machine hours. Right? The machine hours says maximum y you can make this much. X only but this much. By incorporating all the resources, this could be our feasible region. So through the corner point or ISO profit line method, we can find out what is the maximum production plan. After finding the maximum production plan, we'll be learning step by step. We'll move on. After finding the maximum production plan, we will calculate what is the company's what contribution or profit. Because how to calculate profit from the total contribution, deduct the what fixed overhead, you will deduct the what profit. Then we'll have to find out bit of a detailed working. What are binding constraints? What are non-binding constraints? We'll be learning, no worries. Through the one example, I will explain everything step by step. What is exactly meant by binding constraint? No, we will do it step by step. Otherwise, if I teach you everything in without doing the numbers, it will be a problem. Let's get started with the questions, right? We'll do it very slowly. We'll do it very slowly, right? Excuse me. Before we get started with these questions, I'm going to ask you a small question. Just have a look. Small question. Just have a look. Excuse me. This question being given very straightforward method. Pretty straightforward. Sometimes this would be given on this basis. You tell me the answers. Let's say there are two products. It's not always X and Y. Sometimes A and B, right? K and L. Or sometimes they may give you the product name itself, real products. One past paper question I remember, one is a lotion, another one is cream. Lotion and cream. So cream you can make it as a what? X. Lotion you can make it as what? Y. Since we are going to do it, we are in the graph, right? X and Y. Let's say contribution. Listen very carefully. Contribution. $100. Here $50 per unit. Material cost. They will start from the selling price. Straight away I have given the contribution. Don't get me wrong, right? Material cost. $10. This is $15. Labor cost. This is 12. This is $16. Material cost is $5 per kilogram here. Umar, you have to be very careful with this question. $5 per kilogram. $4 per hour. Available material. Sorry? You don't take down. Some we will do it. I'm going to ask a small question from here by giving this information. You know why the question that you have copied or the question you got the what in your group, it's a very straightforward question. I'll tell you where you are making the mistake. That's why I'm just putting this question on the screen, right? Available material 5,000 kilogram. available labor 4,000. Now you know the objective function. You know the objective function. Am I correct? We don't need to define the variable because the question itself they have given that there are two variables x and y. Objective function would be 100 x plus 50 y. That is the objective function. Clear? Now here they have given only two limiting factor. Am I correct? One is what? Material. Another one is what? Labor. Now you tell me how to get the constraint. Can I say 10x, this one, right? Plus 15y less than or equal to 5,000 kilogram. Is it correct? If you look at labor, 12x, 16y less than or equal to 4,000. Is it correct? Constraint. This is wrong. This is why you are making mistakes when the exam. Very good, very good. That is what you have to find out when the exam. Some of the students, what they do is they take the constraint for the what? Cost. You can't get the constraint for the cost. It is for the what? Resources. It is for the what? Resources. Therefore, this is completely what? Wrong. Now, how to get the constraint here? Here, $10 for X, but $5 per kilogram. Therefore, 2 kilogram. Agree with me? Here, how many kilogram? 3 kilogram. Therefore, what is the constraint? 2x plus what? 3y less than or equal to what? 5,000. The same thing for the labor, $4 per hour. Therefore, 3 hours. Here, how many hours? 4 hours. Therefore, 3x plus 4y less than or equal to how much? 4,000. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Are you clear? Right. Shall we get started with the questions now? Right. I will explain everything. No worries. Can you read the questions only? Please read the questions. We'll get started with the questions. Have you read the questions? Okay, shall we get started? Look at a company produces two products in 3 departments. Details are shown below regarding the time per unit required in each department. This question, of course, they have copied from what? CMA study text. CMA study text, the basic example question. The achievable hours in each department and the contribution per unit of each product. X, Y. If you look at department A, how many hours needed? 8 hours. They have not given the what? Dollars. They have given the what? Hours itself. As long as if they would have given you what? Hours, it's very easy for us. But the example that I have explained where previously, it was not given, we'll have to find out. Right? So here 10 hours. Availability is what? 11,000 hours. Department B, what? 4 and 10. Available what? 9,000. Department C, 12 and 6. Available is what? 12,000. And they have given the contribution per unit for X, how much? $4. And for Y is what? $8. There is unlimited demand for product X. What is meant by unlimited demand for product X? Any number that can be sold out where in the market. That is what is known as unlimited. Any numbers can be sold out. However much you are producing, that can be sold out where in the market. That is what is known as unlimited. Whereas, if you look at the product Y, what is the maximum demand? So that is also one of the constraint. Do you agree with me? You know why? If you produce more than 600 units of Y by using the available resources, end of the day, it will be where in the store. It cannot be sold out. Where the maximum market demand is only what? 600 units. Maximum market demand is what? Only 600 units. Therefore, that is also we call it as one of the constraint. Because your book says it's a sales constraint. But the common word for that is what? Demand constraint. We call it as what? Demand constraint. Or you can call it as what? Sales constraint. No problem at all. Sometimes if the examiner uses a word of what? Sales constraint, that is what? Demand constraint. Demand constraint. Right? Clear? Right. Let's get started with first define the variable. So variable anyway it's being given when the question x and y. Therefore, we don't need to define the variable. Second step is what? We need to find out the objective function. Objective function equal. What is the contribution for x? $4. Therefore, 4x plus what? 8y. That is our contribution. But don't know what is the number of units x and what is the number of units y. That is what we are going to find out. That is what we are going to find out. Clear? Third step, identify the what? Constraint. Constraints. First constraint is what? Department A. Do you agree with me? Department A. You have 11,000 hours, right? In the company, they have what? 11,000 hours. But to make X, how many hours which is required? 8 hours. For product Y, 10 hours. Therefore, the equations would be 8x plus what? 10y less than or equals to what? 11,000. You remember I have told you why do we say as what? Less than or equal. Maximum you can use 11,000 or you can use what? Less than 11,000 because another resource which would block you to use what? Entire 11,000. That's why we are writing equal to 11,000 or less than 11,000. Is that understandable? Yes. This is the inequalities, the simple signs that we are using. If it is confusing, for the timing you take down. Excel, the graph. Right? It is there, no, in the option. It is there in the, there's a call, there's a, function call. There's a, icon for that separate. Right? Second constraint, department B, correct? Department B, how many x? 4x plus 10y less than or equal to how much? 9,000. Correct? Third one, department C, 12x plus 6y less than or equal to how much? 12,000. Right? And we have what? Demand constraint. What is the demand constraint? Only for y, 600 units. Therefore, separately we will have to write y less than or equal to how much? 600 units. For this, we call it as what? Demand constraint. And excuse me, one more constraint. It is not compulsory, but you should know what is that non-negativity constraint. It is there for each and every question. Non-negativity constraint, which means the values should not be in what? In the form of what? Negative. In the form of what? Negative. All the values should be equal to 0, what? More than 0. Therefore, x and y, x comma y, equal to 0 or what? More than 0. For this, we call it as what? Non-negativity constraint. Non-negativity constraint. Can you all take down quickly? Online, are you all okay? I don't know what happened to others. Any idea? Your colleagues? And then they're going to postpone that for management. Okay, that's okay. Otherwise, I don't know, because if they're not coming for the classes proper basis, it'll be a problem. They got the results, no? Some of them are flunked. How many of them have got through here? Financial management, those who did the exam last time. How many of them who have got through the exam? You got through. What is the mark? 55. 56. Girls? No. For you, how many more subject to be completed? Excuse me. How many more subject to be completed? You have 8. 4. Financial management is done. Uh, okay. First paper. First paper. First paper is you have chosen as a what? Complicated paper. Very challenging. The first paper you did finance reporting. Salman sir, it was done by. Ask the answer. No? Got through, no? What was the marks? Okay. Third paper. Last paper. Okay. Pending. Second paper. Third paper. So what about the marks for other 2 papers? You will have to do. You finish the paper. This is. Okay. Second paper. What was the first paper? Finance and management. Got through. Not yet. Flunk, or you have to do. Flunk. What was the marks? 30. Well, you had a problem. Who was here? Lecturer. But once again, I'm telling you, don't ever place a finger on the lecturer when it comes to the exam. You can understand the situations. I don't need to tell you, because you know why. Until you put the effort, you can't. That's the reason ACC is one of the highly professional, recognized courseware in the world. But still, they are maintaining the what reputation. Now, SEMA is almost died. It's the last breath. We talked about product life cycle. Do you remember? There are 5 phases. Any product should go through what? These phases. Research and development, introduction, growth, maturity. One day or Sunday or Monday, it should come what? Decline. Whether we like it or not, we'll have to go with the all 5 phases. But in that particular phases only, we have to properly decide what our pricing strategy to retain via in the market. Right, we will discuss that part of the pricing strategies. With regard to the pricing strategies, we will be discussing how are we going to tackle the situations, right? I also desperately need what my pass rate. It's depending on what your effort. Please put the effort. I'm not begging from you all, I'm just telling you all to, because it's the mutual benefit. End of the day, those are passing the exam, it's what amicable for both party. Am I correct? So we will be happy. Am I correct? So that depends on the effort that we are putting what at home. If I try to teach you one chapter with the whole past paper question, I'll need 2 months time. Do you agree with me? If I want to touch all the past papers questions in a particular topic, I need 2 months time to cover the one chapter. Yeah, it's here. Or you can access everything from the ACC Hub.
Question comes from what we practice. Everything is
It's a big, yeah. Nothing is predictable, according to my knowledge and experience. Nothing is but predictable. As long as if you are able to predict at least section C, for certain reason you will be the happiest person. Nothing is predictable for his performance. That's the reason you see what is the world pass rate. Maximum 44% for last 6 years. Last 6 years, maximum percentage at 44, lowest one is what 40 to 44 every time. Or that is the lowest pass rate out of the whole what ACC module. No, excuse me. What I'm telling you, directly it won't be tested. Directly it won't be tested. However much you are practicing even the past paper question, it will give you the what some additional knowledge to tackle the questions where in the exam. But what I believe that there are some more section A. Section A is gettable. No, because no, don't make the mentality like that. If you think yourself at the very initial stage cannot be done, difficult, right? Then it will be there in your mind aside. Say I know, because you know why? If you look at the information system, you are like very expert. At least 4 marks which would be tested. Do you agree with me? Information system, are they going to twist you? You tell me the truth. They won't twist you. Straightforward question which would be tested. Out of 100%, at least 10 to 15% would be a direct question, which is from the theory. So that marks is confirmed as long as you know the subject. That is confirmed. Whatever said done that. So I have already explained to these people, don't ever target for what 50. You'll never get 50. Always target for 100. Target for 100. Getting more than 50 any marks is okay. Because the people have produced the results also in your classroom. Oh my correct. Already they have got the good results, Sri Lankan pass rate, sorry, Indian, the best prize winners, and the world global prize winners. All they have already produced, no. But there are sometimes it comes from the exceptional works, the people who are working. But don't ever think the subject that can be done with the last minute troubleshooting. If you have a 360 view with regard to the subject, you can pass the exam. That is what I can tell you. Try to learn the logic, learn the subject, learn from the beginning. That's why I'm just teaching you mainly what giving the knowledge. Since most of them are starting from the scratch. Right? So I never straight away start at the what past paper questions. First, what the basic question, doing few questions where here and there. Then again, only jumping to what 20 marks or 10 marks questions. But activity based costing. I predict definitely it will be tested as a 10 marks where in the section B. You know why? If the person who does not take the question from the activity based costing for UL level, it's not according to my point of view, it's not a performance management paper. There's no chance, because I can tell you there's no question from the life cycle costing, no problem. There's no question from what target costing, no problem. But the examiner should take the question from where activity based cost, anywhere, maybe a section C or section B or section A. It should have been given. If the paper does not have the activity based costing question, my view, it's not a management accounting type. It should be there anywhere. You just check all the past papers. There are some area you have to be perfect. You got my point. So to tackle any activity-based costing, because activity-based costing, we did 120 marks question. It's one of the best questions that I have found. At selling and distribution with the pricing strategies. Right? It's a very good question. That question is giving a broader knowledge with regard to what activity-based costing. So that is what I'm telling you for the time being. What I found, try more what OTQ questions were in the ACC Hub for management accounting, performance management. More question from the Hub. Section B and C, we will discuss where in the class. Section A, you can, because if the time permit, I can discuss everything because I'll have to balance everything. But what I found through my experience, one section C question will teach you how to do the 10 what section A questions. But if you do 100 section A question, that will not teach you to do one what section B or C question. My experience, 14 years experience I'm sharing with you. It does not mean don't practice what section A. I'm telling you to practice section A, but as you said, the question would be twisted. But from that, I can expect 1 or 2 information system questions, right? Another because you have to balance your time where in the exam. That's another challenging task. When you're reading the question, sometimes if you feel it's tough, skip and go for the next and come. You can do it like that. Come back to that question at last. Don't spend too much of time with the complicated question. That also will impact what your results. Right? We'll discuss all those parts during the revision sessions. Right? Now we found the constraint. Now the next step would be we need to find out the point for all these constraints. Right? All these points. I hope you all jot down, no? Everything. Right. You have the equations, no? So I'm going to jump into what next page. First one is A, department A, X and Y, right? Department B, department C, X, Y, X, Y. If X equals 0, Y is how much? If X equals 0, 8 times 0 is what? 80, 10y equals to 11,000. Therefore, y equals to 1,100. Is that understandable? Umar, are you okay? First equation says what? 8x plus 10y equals to what? 11,000. If x equals 0, y equals to 1,100. Then if y equals to 0, x is how much? 1375. Right? Second one. If x equals 0, department B, that is what 4x plus 10y. 10y equals to 9,000. Therefore, y equals to 900. Correct? If x equals, if y equals to 0, how much the x? 2,250. Thank you. 2,250. C, department C, 12x plus 6y. Therefore, if x equal to 0, y 2000. Am I correct? If y equals to 0, x is how much? 1000. 1000. And there's a demand constraint. Don't forget, demand constraint. That is y, y equal to how much? 600. Y equals to what? 600. This we call it as demand constraint. These are the points to be plotted where on the graph. Now, when you are scaling your graph, but anyway, graph, you don't need to sketch the graph where in the exam, no. But in the class, try to use the entire graph wave, which means what? When you're scaling the values x and y, You'll have to scale it based on the values that you have found for the equations. Say for an example, excuse me, x maximum value is what? 2250. Am I correct? Therefore, the whole x-axis should have been scaled for 2250 maximum or 2500. You can make it but 500 500. Y maximum value is what? 1000 2000 here 900. Yes, 600. Therefore, 2000. You can scale it for what? 2000 for Y. Can you all quickly? Can you all scale it online? Shall I? Right. Just have a look. This is y. This is x. Scale it. X maximum value is 2250, 500, 1000, 1500, 2000, 2500. Right? Starting from 500, 1000, 1500, 2000, 2500. Right? Y. So x is what? 2250, 500, 1000, 1500, 2000, 2500. Let's sketch the graph now, right? First one is what? First one is what? A, department A. If x equals 0, y 1100, 1100, right? Then if y equals 0, 1375. Then this is 1250, 1375, right? Now you can connect these 2 points. My graph is wrong. Not a, it should be a straight line. My one is not straight line, right? It should be a what? Straight line. That is 4. You'll have to label it. You'll have to label it. This is what? A. Problem? No, I can explain. Alright, okay. Don't look at this one because you draw it yourself. Let's do for what? B. Let's do for B. If x equals 0, y 900. Y 900. I'll make it little bigger graph, then only it's easy for it's visible for you. Just get me a second. Right. First one, if x equals 0, by 1100. 1100. This is 1375. 1375. This is for what? Material A. Correct? Material A. Second one is material B. Material B. If x equals 0, y 900. 900. Then for x is what? 2250. This is for B. Correct? Material C, if x equal 0, this is 2000. 2000. And if y equals 0, this is 1000. Am I correct? Correct? And there's a demand constraint. There's a demand constraint. Y equals to 600. Y equals to what? 600. Then 750. This is 600. 600. Right? Right? This is the what? Demand constraint. Now, excuse me. Have we got the same graph? Now, this we call it as what? Feasible region. This area is what? Feasible region or feasible polygon, another name is. Where the place you can find out the what? Your maximum production plan. Maximum production plan. How many corners are there? The feasible region? 4 corners. I'll point out all 4 corners. Just have a look. This is the first corner. A, simple A. This is the second corner. Correct? This is what? Third corner. This is what? Fourth corner, D. Right? Finally, what? This is E. 5 corners. There are 5 corners. Feasible polygon or feasible region, the point where you will get the what? Maximum production plan. Now we are going to calculate the maximum production plan by using these 5 points. One is we call it as what? Corner point method. First I will explain to you the corner point method. Then I will explain to you the ISO profit line method. But try to make sure only what? ISO profit line method. Why I'm going to explain the corner point method? Just to show you both methods are available to calculate the what? Company's profit. Right? So what is meant by corner point method? Each corner, each point. Corner point method means there are 5 points now. Point A, point B, point C, point D, and point E. Each point we need to calculate the company's what? Contribution. At which point that is giving you what? More contribution, that is your maximum production plan. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Right, okay. You will sketch the graph, no? Right, okay. Now, what is the contribution equation? 4x plus how many y? 8y. If you look at the company's contribution, 4x plus what? 8y, no? 8y equals to what? Total? Correct, no? Equation. Objective function. Total contribution. Now this is X, this is Y, this is total contribution. Right? X is what? 4. Y is how much? 8. Now let's start from point A. If you look at point A, X0, Y0, total contribution also 0. Right? Next point, let's talk about what first try to finish it off the easiest point, and then we'll focus on the what some other corners, right? Next point is what we quickly finish it off for E, right? E, A, B, C, D, E, A, B, C, D, E, right? If you look at E, Y is what? 600 units. Do you agree with me? Look at this point. Y is how much? 600. Y is 600. 600 times what? 8. X is what? 0. Therefore, the total contribution is how much? 4,800. Correct? Then if you look at next one is what? B. It's easy. That is 1,000. Am I correct? 1,000 is what? X. B. X is what? 1,000. 1,000 times what? 4. Y is what? 0. Therefore, total contribution is what? 4,000. Now only we are going to find out what? C and D. Now you tell me how are you going to calculate C and D? C and D. If the graph is 100% accurate, since we are going to deal with the what? All decimal places, what you can do, easiest way of getting the answer for C, get the numbers over here and get the numbers over here. What is the number of units of what? X, and what is the number of units of what? Y. From here, excuse me, get the what you are by using. No, don't get the values. Don't get the value. What I'm telling is, if the graph is what 100% accurate, you can get the values like that. But that is not what 100% accurate method. That is the what 100% accurate method. Now you tell me the point C you got due to the what? Black and blue. Agree with me? Due to the what? Black point and the blue point. Agree with me? Not black and blue, green and blue. Green and blue. Green is what? Department A, correct? Blue is what? Department C. Agree with me? The point C that has been originated, point C that has been originated, point C that has been originated due to the what? C and what? A. C and A, no? Am I correct? C, department C and department A, correct? Let me know the department A and C equation, please. What are the equations? Sorry? 8x equals to how much? 11,000. 11,000. And department A? Department A. Department C? 12x. 6y equals to 12,000. 12,000. Now you can solve this equation. But it can be done behind a calculator. Do you know that how to get the answers behind the calculator? Have you brought the scientific calculator? Right, okay. I'll guide you. Go back to the function called mode. There's a function called mode. Online student, there's a function called mode. Press again. You'll be getting the option called EQN. Is the option called EQN? That gives you 1 or 2 numbers. The EQN, they say what? 1 or 2. Press that 1 now. Press 1. Right. It asks the question as how many unknowns. Am I correct? How many unknowns? In this question, how many unknowns? How many unknowns variable? 2 unknowns. Then select 2. Right. Now it comes as A1. Am I correct? So that A1 means here instead of X, they have given A1. Don't ask the question why. That's the way it has been developed by the calculator. It's a system it has been developed, right? Whenever you're putting the numbers behind the calculator, only we can press the numbers. There's no variable. Say for an example, 8x, we can press only what? 8. Just press 8. Press 8. After pressing each number, don't forget press the what? Equal symbol. 8 equal. Now you'll be getting B1. Am I correct? Now you are getting what? B1. So B1, how many y? 10y. Just press 10. This is not management accounting. This is not management accounting what I'm teaching to you all. Just to save the time, I'm telling you the what? Hint. Then again press equal. Now we are getting what? C. The total is how much? 11,000. Just press 11,000. 11,000. Yeah, 11,000. Then again equal. Press equal. Now I think A2. A2 how many x? 12 x. Just press 12. Just press 12. Then again what? Equal. Now we are getting what? B1. 6y. Only what? 6. B2. B2. You'll be getting what? 6y. Just press 6. Equal. Then what is the total? 12,000. Press 12,000. Again equal. How much you are getting for x? Now x equal to how much? 7. Again press. It will give you for y. How much? 500. That's the way of getting the answers via in the scientific calculator. Otherwise, if you try to do in the manual, you'll have to check is there a common variable in the both equation. There are two methods. One is a what? Elimination method. Another one is what? Equations method. Am I correct? Substitution method. One is the elimination method. Another one is what? Substitution method. What is meant by elimination method? You have to remove the one variable. Then you have to bring the common variable. By adding both the equation or subtracting but both the equation, you have to eliminate the variable. Or you have to equate it. That is what we call substitution. Ultimate answer would be same. It's a long process. It will take time in the exam. But if you have put it in the calculator, within 30 seconds you can get the answers. Now you got the answers. X equals what? 750. Y equals what? 500. But if the graph is perfect, that will give you here x is how much? 500. Y is how much? But my graph is not perfect. Look at, I'm getting different values. Why my graph is not perfect? As long as my graph is what accurate, that C would give you 500. See, the x is 500. Am I correct? Now we got the value for what? C. X is 750. I'm sorry. X is 750, no? Now 750 times what? 4 plus y is how much? 500. 500 times 8. 4,000. Then what is the total contribution? 7,000. 7,000. Now we have to get the what? Point D. Point D. Let me know. Point D is an equation that you have got through that two things. Am I correct? This point D, you got what? This demand constraint and the green color. Green color is what? A. Am I correct? Point D has come due to the what? Two equations. But for point D, you can get the what? Y value. That is how much? 600. Y is what? 600. Am I correct? Online student, are you all with me? Are you all with me? Arokia? Emily? Karishma? Malavika? Thank you. I don't know whether you all knew that the way of getting the answers through the calculator, that's not a rocket science, very straightforward. If you want, I can teach you again, right? Go to the what equations, where in your calculator, mode, there's a function called mode. Press equation simple, then get the unknowns. Then you can start off what? pressing the what each number. After pressing each number, you will have to what press the what equal symbol. Then only you will be getting the answer. Right, now you tell me point D. Point D has come. Point D has come due to the what 8x plus 10y equals to what 11,000. And then again demands constraint y equals to y equals to 600. Am I correct? Y equals to 600. Through that only, just have a look. Through that only you got what? D. Point D. Through that only you got what? Point D. Do you all agree with me? Do you all agree with me? Right. Now y equals 600, then x is how much? 600 and 6,000, then 5,000. 5,000 divided by 8. 650. 650. Just check. Y equals 600. Y is 600. Sorry, the x. 8x plus 10y equals to 11,000. If y equals to 600, what is x? 6,000, 5,000. 5,000 divided by 8. 600 and something. 625. Right? Now you know D, point D, x 625. 625 times 4. Here 600 times 8. What is the total contribution? What is the total contribution? 625 times 4 times plus 600 times 8. 7,300. Therefore, this is the place where you are maximizing your contribution. Do you agree with me? At the point of what? D. Therefore, what is your maximum production plan? Your maximum production plan would be point D. Point D, which is what? X 625 units and Y what? 600 units. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Yeah. If you look at the corner point method, statement says the place where you are getting what? Maximum profit. That comes through what? Point D. So point D means you are supposed to produce X how many units? 625. And Y how many units? 600 units. So that is your maximum production plan based on what your available resources. Are you clear the corner point method? What about you? Are you okay? Sure. Are you all okay? Online students, are you all okay? Now I'm going to explain to ISO profit line method. Sorry? You want the statement? Are you all okay? Shall I explain to you the ISO profit line method? Let's have a look. Yeah, are you all done? Shall I? ISO profit line. Right. Just have a look. What is ISO profit line method? ISO profit line method. Profit line method. Some people who call it as what? ISO contribution line. Right? Excuse me. ISO profit line or contribution line. Both are correct. ISO profit line or contribution line. Excuse me. What is your objective function? What is your objective function? 4x plus 8y. 4x plus 8y. For this 4x plus 8y, try to find out the figure. It can be any numbers. That figure should give you the line within the feasible region. I'm sure that you didn't understand. When you are taking that common value 4x plus 8y, that value, finally you will be solving now. Let's say I'm going to put here 8,000. 8,000. I just randomly put that 8,000. 4x plus 8y equals to what? 8,000. Now just have a look. If x equals to 0, if x equal to 0, y would be 2,000. Am I correct? No, 8,000. 1,000. If y equals to 0, x is what? 2,000. Now, if I plot these values where in your what do you call graph, it will be out of your feasible region. Just have a look your graph. So here 2,000. Sorry, 1,000 for y. Am I correct? And next would be what? 2,000. That value should be within what? This region. That value would be what? Within that region. So how can I find out? Randomly you can put, not 8,000. Let's put what? 800. Let's put what? 800. If you put 800, or let's put 2,000, it's easy. 2,500, no? Oh no, we'll put 1,600. One common value, I just put it in between what? 4x and 8y, 1,600. If I put 1,600 here, but your study text is recommended to go for a what? ISO profit line method, right? But some other professional courses, they say what? Try to go with the both method would give you the same answer. They're saying what? Corner point method would be more accurate. I'll tell you the reason why they say it's accurate. I'll tell you the reason in some time. Just give me a second. 4x plus 8y equals to what? 1,600. If x equals 0, y is how much? 200. How much? 200. If y equals 0, x is how much? 400. For this, we'll have to put the ISO profit line. So if x equals 0, if x equals 0, y is how much? 400. Y is 400. Somewhere here, 400. Correct? If y equals 0, x is how much? 200. 200, no? Just have a look. If x equals 0, y is 200. X is 400. Am I correct? X is 400, y is 200. X is 400. Y is what? 200. Right? Now you'll have to connect these 2 points. Connect these 2 points. After connecting that point, keep your ruler. You'll have to keep that line where in your ruler. Then you'll have to drag it. You'll have to drag your ruler towards the what? Feasible region. No, that's not a problem since the graph will be given. No? Graph will be given and they will clearly indicate to you, right? After sketching the what line, right, you'll have to keep the ruler. And when you are dragging the ruler towards the what feasible region, the point that you are meeting at last. What is the point that you are meeting at what? Last. I think based on this graph, we found already corner point method is what? D, no? The last point that you, when you are what? Dragging your ruler, the last point that you will be meeting is what? D. So that is the maximum production plan. So the D would be the what? Maximum production plan. For the point D, you'll have to find out what is X, what is Y. That is the ISO profit line method. Once again, from your contribution line, it's not compulsory to be 1600. It can be any values. That value should be within the what? Feasible region. So already I took how much? 8,000. Already show it to you what? 8,000. If you would have taken a 8,000, the xn values would be out of what? Your feasible region. But that value should give you the what? Within the feasible. It can be any value. It can be any value. Then I took it for 1600. Then if x equals 0, y is how much? 200. If y equals 0, x is what? 400. Then you have to draw a what? ISO line. This we call it as what? ISO line. ISO line. ISO profit line. After drawing ISO profit line, by keeping your ruler, you'll have to drag it. When you're dragging, the point that you are meeting at last, what is the furthest away from the what? Origin. The name says what? Furthest away from the what? Origin. The last point that you are meeting is the what? Maximum production plan. The corner point method, one by one, each corner you'll have to find out. So why I'm not suggesting, because generally they don't suggest the ISO profit line method. If you slightly change your angle of particular ruler when you are dragging, then instead of D, sometimes you'll be getting what? C. Possibilities there, no? Yeah, when you are dragging your ruler, slightly when you change your what angle of what your ruler, it may give you the what? Wrong answer. But or from the ISO profit line, roughly you can judge what is the what? Furthest away from what? Origins. So when you are keeping the ruler, you can drag it. When you drag, what is the point that you are meeting at last is what? ISO profit line method. Is that understandable? Still we didn't finish the linear programming. Few more areas to be discussed. That is what? Binding constraint, non-binding constraint, shadow price, slack resources, surplus resources. Shall we have a break? Take a break and come. We'll continue. Before we, after the break, before we start the next part, quickly we'll do a small recap with regard to the what? Limiting factor, and then we will continue. Take a break.
சப்பாத்தி போட்டு சாப்பிடுவோம். ஏன் போகணும் No.
Either pumpkin seed, a pumpkin seed.
Sour cream na only tomato.
Good morning. Can you all please hand this to Madhuraj? Whoever is enrolled for face classes, they have to stand face to face. So whoever is attending online, I mean not attending, enrolled for online classes. Even if you are enrolled for offline class and are attending online class, you have to stand face to face. So everybody is able to mark the next one.
Hi everyone. Did you all mark your attendance? Did you all mark your attendance online? Yes. Right. Now we are going to find out what are binding constraint, what are non-binding constraint. It's very simple. Very simple. You know, there are number of available material. So if you look at this question, there are three types of a material. One is what department A, R's, B, and C. If the resources are fully utilized, if the resources are what? Fully utilized, which is known as what? Binding constraint. If the resources are what? Fully utilized, which is known as what? Binding constraint. If you have a slack resources, excess resources, slack resources, which is known as what? Non-binding constraint. Is that understandable? Now let's check each equations whether the resources are what? Fully utilized or you have what? Slack resources. Slack resources. Exam point. Exam point. If the examiner who gives the questions out of the whole unavailable material, these two are binding constraint, A and B. Example. Only A and B are what? Binding constraint. If that point is given where in the exam, what you have to do is, by solving only those two equations, you can get the maximum production plan. You don't need to do anything. For an example, if you look at these questions, there are three equations, no? A, B, C. Let's say the examiner says, material, sorry, not material, here, labor, sorry, R's, no, right? Department B and C are binding constraint. Then what you have to do is, take the equation of B, take the equation of what? C, solve those two equations. You'll be getting X and Y, no? That is the maximum production plan. That is the example. If the binding constraints are given where in the question, by solving that equation, you can get the maximum production plan. Please make a note on that on your own English word. Exam note, if the binding constraints are provided in the question itself, if the binding constraints are provided in the question itself, by solving the equations, the maximum production plan can be obtained. The maximum production plan can be obtained. The maximum production plan can be obtained. By solving the equation, the maximum production plan can be obtained. It's a very important point. Excuse me. Just make a note on that. If the binding constraints are given where in the question itself, you don't need to work like this. By solving only those two equations, you can get the maximum production plan. Right? Since this question, are they provided with the binding constraint or not? Are they given for us? No. Now we need to check what are binding constraints. Just have a look. We found the maximum production plan. X is what? 625. Y is what? 625. Correct? Maximum production plan. X is how much? How much we found? 625 or 6? 625. Why? Why 600 units? Now let's check what are binding constant and what are non-binding constraint. Right? First, department A. Department A. Let me know the equation for department A. What is the department A equations? 8x, 10y. How much? 11,000. Now let's apply our production plan to what? These equations, right? Our maximum production plan to what? These equations. Let's check whether all the resources are fully utilized or whether we have what? Slack resources, right? 8 times 625, 10 times 6,000. What is the total? What is the total? $65,000. 6,800. I think 11,000. 625 times 8 plus. How that is possible? 65,000. Although this is not management accounting. Sorry, I made mistake. Sorry. It should be 600. Therefore, 11,000. Am I correct? Look at all the resources are what? Fully utilized. Therefore, this we call it as what? Binding constraint. Is that understandable? Let's check the department B. Department B. What are the equations? Department B. Sorry. 4x plus 10y equals how much? 9,000. Then 4 times 625. 10 times 6,000. How much? 8,500. Here the resources are what? Not fully utilized. That's the reason. Do you remember that we took down the equation less than or equal to what? 9,000. This we call it as what? Non-binding constraint. Non-binding constraint. Clear? Is that clear? Right. Now check the C, third one. What is the equation? Online students, are you all okay? Are you all okay? What is the equation number C? 12x plus 6y equals to how much? 12,000. So now 12 times 625, 6 times 600. How much? 11,000. 11,100. This is also what? Non-binding constraint. Non-binding constraint. Last one, demand constraint. D equals to what? 600. Am I correct? Sorry. Y equals to 600, no? Y equals to 600. Demand constraint. That's also binding constraint. Binding. Clear? Is that understandable? Non-binding constraint also can uh, can be said as what? Slack resources, non-binding constraint. Please make a note on that. Slack resources. Excuse me. Now we will talk about another part, shadow price. Shadow price. Excuse me. Listen first. First of all, you should know what is exactly meant by shadow price. Shadow prices are available only for binding constraint. No shadow price can be calculated for what? Non-binding constraint. No shadow price can be calculated for what? Non-binding constraint. Why? What is meant by shadow price? What is the extra price that you can pay for your extra resources? How much that you are willing to pay for your extra resources? But non-binding constraint, that is what already you have what? Extra resources. Do you all agree with me? Non-binding constraint, already you have what? Excess resources. You don't need to make what? Any payment for it. It's already available where in the company. Only the binding constraint. What is meant by binding constraint? Resources are what? Fully utilized. Since the resources are fully utilized, just have a look. Just have a look. Since the resources are fully utilized, you don't have what? Surplus resources. Now, if you are going to get what? Extra resource, extra labor hours or extra material, how much maximum that you can pay? That is what is known as shadow price. Therefore, the hint that I'm going to give you here, no shadow prices for what? Non-binding constraint. Please make a note on that on your own English words. No shadow prices being calculated for what? Non-binding constraint. Non-binding constraint. No shadow price is to be calculated for non-binding constraint. Shadow price. Yes, Sumar, you are correct. Department C also non-binding constraint. No shadow price is to be calculated for non-binding constraint. Shadow price is available only for binding constraint. Shadow prices are available. Shadow prices are available only for binding constraint. Correct? Now let's calculate the shadow price for Department A. Department A shadow price. Small heading. Calculating shadow price for Department A. This would be tested in the exam. Only you don't need to what? Sketch the graph. All the other requirement may be what? Tested. Calculate the shadow price for Department A. Department A. Shadow price for Department A. Just have a look now. Just have a look now. Shadow price. Sorry. For Department A. Excuse me, just have a look. As I have clearly explained to you, you can calculate the shadow price only for what? Binding constraint. Binding constraint. Your current production plan is what? X how many units? 625. Correct? X 625 units. Y 600 units. Right? What is your current contribution? Current contributions? 4x plus 8y. What is the total contribution? 7,000 something we found. Sorry. $7,300. Am I correct? 7,300. Is that clear? This is our what? Current contribution. Now, we don't have any problem with the Department B. We have a excess resources. Agree with me? That's slack resources. That's the reason we call it as what? Non-binding constraint. Department C also no problem. We have a what? Excess resources, slack resources. Now, only for Department A is what? Fully utilized. Now, if we are going to get what? Extra resource for A, how much that we are ready to pay? That is what is known as shadow price. How to calculate? We know there is about two binding constraint. What is the equations? 8x plus 10y equals to how much? 11,000. Right? 11,000. Y equals to what? 600. Now I'm going to get 1 hour extra from what? Department A. Department A, instead of 11,000, I'm going to make it what? 11,001. I'm going to erase the 0, right? I'm going to put as what? 11,001 here. 1 extra resource. Now let me know if I'm going to get what? 1 extra resource, what would be my production plan? X is how much? And Y is how much? Y is anyway 600, it's given. Now X is how much? When I get 11,001. Only for 11,000 we got it as what? 625. No? Now I got what? 1 resource extra. That is what? 11,001. But Y is already given is how much? 600. Therefore X is how much? 600 and how much? Exactly 26. 626. Just check. 11,001, 10Y now, 5,001. Correct? Yeah. I need to get the answer for 2 decimal places. Exactly. You know why? Even if you are working for 3 or 4 decimal places, that will be good. Shadow price is very small amount. Shadow price is what? Very small amount. Right? Now, what is the X? What is the number of units X? Because here 10 by now 6,000. Am I correct? Therefore, the remaining is 5,001. 5,001 divided by 8. That would give you how much? Right, okay. 625.125 units. Is that clear? Is that clear? Now my production plan got changed. Am I correct? Since my production plans got changed, my contribution also what will get changed. Do you agree with me? So you know, my current contribution is what? 4x plus 8y, 7,300. Am I correct? Due to the 1 hour extra, now my production plan is 4 times 625.125. Correct? Do you all agree with me? Plus 8 times what? 600. That would give you how much? $7,300 and 300 point what? 5. 55. 15. 50. Correct? Now, due to 1 hour extra, my contribution has been increased by how many dollars? 0 point. Then what is the amount that you are ready to pay for that 1 hour? Maximum. 0.5. That is what is known as shadow price of what? A. Now the difference is how much? $0.5 per hour. That is the shadow price of price for A, which is what? $0.5 per hour. Maximum you can pay for every 1 hour for what? Department A, $0.5. Is that understandable? You have to, as a management accountant, we'll have to bargain with our, if it is a material supplier or the labor force, to make the settlement less than what? 0.5. There is the conditions. Minimum is what? As long as they are giving you free of charge, we are happy. Umar, are you okay? Excuse me. So here I have found the shadow price for only for A, no? So sometime we will be having a number of materials, number of what resources. But another one is the demand constraint, no? That's why I can't calculate for what demand constraint, right? Then you can calculate for department B, department C, if that is what? Binding constraint. Binding constraint. Before we get started with the past paper question, I'll quickly do the recap. This is the whole part of what? Linear program. I'll recap everything. Just give me a minute. Now, by doing the past papers question, you will get to know how that will be tested via in your exam. We will try to do what 120 marks questions, and we try to focus a couple of what OTQ questions as well. Right? Shall I get started? Right, okay. When it comes to limiting factor, right? When you are dealing with a multiple limiting factor, there's the problem of what ranking the product because we have what more than one limiting factor. Therefore, we can introduce a concept or the technique called what linear programming. By associating what all the what limited resources, we need to find out the what maximum production plan. We can't depend on what one resources since we have what multiple resources over here. In such a situation, what we have to do is we have to introduce a mathematical solution by developing a what simultaneous equations, and we'll have to find out the maximum production plan and calculating the what contribution. To do that, few steps to be what achieved. First, you need to identify the variable, define the variable. So here, as I said clearly, maximum only what 2 production. Maximum what only 2 production. Therefore, the variable would be only always what 2. So you can call it as what x and y. It's easy for you understanding purposes. Second part is you'll have to develop a constraints. Constraint means what? Limiting factors. There will be a number of constraints. When you are developing a constraint, resource constraint, as well as you have to get the what? Sales or demand constraint. Sales or what? Demand constraint. Then you'll have to get the point for all the constraints. Then you'll have to sketch the diagram. After sketching the diagram, you'll have to identify the what? Feasible polygon or feasible region. The place that you will be finding the what? Maximum production plan. That can be ascertained by referring the 2 methods. One is the ISO profit line method. Another one is what? Corner point method. Wherever you are maximizing your contribution, that is your maximum production plan. Maximum production plan. After finding the maximum production plan, then you would be able to identify what is the company's total contribution or profit. Then what you have to do is, you'll have to find out what are binding constraint, what are non-binding constraint. What is exactly meant by binding constraint? Based on your production plan, what you found previously, if the resources are fully utilized, which is known as what? Binding constraint. What is meant by non-binding constraint? If you have what? Slack resources. If you have a slack resources, which is known as what? Which means what? You have a what? Excess resources. You have what? Excess resources, which is known as what? Slack constraint. That is what? Non-binding constraint. Another very exam point that I have dictated to you all. As long as in the question itself it's provided with the binding constraint, two binding constraint. There is not one binding constraint always, but there should be two binding constraint. By solving that constraint, you would be able to identify the maximum production plan. The last part of what linear programming is what? Shadow price. What is exactly meant by shadow price? The price that you are willing to pay for the extra resources over and above the normal price. Over and above the what? Normal or nominal price for the what? Extra resources. That can be ascertained only for the what? Binding constraint. Only for the binding constraint. Practically, I'm asking from you because non-binding constraint, you don't need to get the what? Extra resources. Already you have what? Extra resources. So you are ready to get what? Extra resources only for the what? Binding constraint. So how much your total contribution is what? Changing is the what? Shadow price for that particular resource. That is what we have discussed as of now with regard to the what? Linear programming. Clear? Shall we get started with the past paper questions now? Right. Can you all try? I hope you all have got the what you call questions. That is what past paper cosmetics company December 2010 20 marks questions. If I want to tell you very openly, answer is given to the what diagrams. So that itself is they are giving you what 20 marks. Am I correct? Question is given and the answer also given. No, this is not 4 option. The graphs are given to you. Just have a look. They have sketched the graph and they gave it to you. Only you have to answer for the what? Requirement. ISO profit line method is given. Can you all first try yourself? I'll give you 15 to 20 minutes time. You try, then we'll get started to work. I'm just sending some OTQ questions as well under linear programming. Bit of a tricky, some OTQ questions are. Very fast. No problem. Getting a wrong answer. That's not a problem. That one you can learn. But don't ever think that by referring late and going home and trying can get the correct answer. I don't think that will work out. Finish it up. Okay, you will try questions. Shall we try? Do you want time? No, I can give. You have time. That's why I'm asking. No, I can give you some time extra. Do you want? What about online students? Bit of a disappointment from here. I thought that everyone is trying the question, but only 75% are trying. 25% are expecting for me to put everything on the board. Sanjana, can we round off the count is binding constraint, for example? Yeah, Sanjana. Yeah, you are correct, Sanjana. That is the problem with the examiner. They could have given you the what whole numbers, answers. Since we are getting the decimal place, we are in the number of units. Sometimes very difficult to get the what equal numbers. Sanjana, you are correct. That should be a binding constraint. Silk powder. Excellent, Sanjana. Others, only Sanjana who gave me the answers. It does not mean Sanjana, she has given me the complete answer. From her, that point, I can get to know that she has done the very decent work. Karishma, have you got the answers? Malavika? Arutara? Sorry, Arutra. Umar? How do they conduct the mock exam? Online? Online, no? Which means you'll have to come to the college and you have to do the exam, or else you can do it where? At home. Or mock exam. Any other lecturer who have conducted the mock exam for previous modules? Online mock exam. You can do it from home. Then it's very difficult to check the performances. No, they can get everything from the what AI and they can upload. Am I correct? ChatGPT. That happens, no? Then no point of what conducting what. Am I correct? There's a possibility, no? Because as a student, what they try to do is they will try to copy everything. Then how can I exactly evaluate the performance? There's a question from Sanjana. Yes, Sanjana, I will answer. No worries. No worries. Shall we get started with the questions? Okay. The cosmetic company is a company producing variety of cosmetic creams and lotions. Variety of creams and lotions. The creams and lotions are sold to variety of retailers at a price of what $23.2 for each jar of what face cream. Am I correct? And 16.80 for each bottle of what body lotions. So now we can define the variable cream as what X and the lotion as what Y. Either way, it's not compulsory to always you have to go with the same base, right? Any base is okay, no problem. So now let's define the variable. X is what? Cream, no? X I said cream, no? Cream. Y is what? Lotion. Now we found the what? Variable, correct? And they have given the selling price for cream is what? 23.20. Am I correct? X selling price 23.20. Y selling price is 16.80. Right. 80. Each of the product has a variety of ingredients, with the key ones being silk powder, silk amino acids, aloe vera. These are the what? Ingredients. That is what raw material. 6 months ago, silkworms were attacked by the disease, causing the huge reduction in the availability of silk powder and the silk amino acids. Already they have given what? 3 types of a raw material. Out of 3, they are saying in the question, the para itself, we are having a problem with only what? 2 types of a raw material. One is what? Silk powder and silk amino acids. But still we don't know what sort of a problem that we have with regard to the what? Raw material. The cosmetic company had dramatically reduced the production and make the part of its workforce, which it had trained and over number of years redundant. The company now wants to increase the production again by ensuring that it uses the limited ingredients available to maximize the profit by selling the optimum mix of the cream and lotion. That is our duty. We are going to find out what is the maximum production plan by using the what? Available resources. Due to the redundancies made early in the year, supply of the skilled labor is now limited only in the short term, 160 hours. Within the bracket, they have given 9,600 minutes. Sometimes that won't be provided when the questions minutes. How to decide whether to go with the minutes or hour based on the some additional information. Additional information they may give you to make lotions and the but cream, how many minutes required or how many hours required. Based on that only we'll have to decide. But here they have given both what to be applied. Let's decide after going through the what additional piece of information. The purchasing manager is confident that they can obtain 5,000 grams of silk powder and 1,600 grams of silk amino acids per week. Most probably, I think these are the shortfall resources. One is what? Amino acids, silk powder, and the what? Skilled labor force. Because available resources are given only for what? These 3 types of resources. Material required. Shall we calculate quickly the contribution? Shall we calculate the contribution? Are they given the contribution? Given. Yeah. It's given, no? Each jar cream sold generated a contribution of $9 per unit. Excuse me, sometimes that won't be provided. You'll have to calculate. But just to make it very easy, they have given the contribution $9 and $8 respectively. Contribution $9 and $8. Now I can complete with the first part. What is that? So now we can come to the second step. First part is already done. Define the variable x and y for the cream and lotion. Now we can get the objective function. $9x plus 8y. Objective function is done, right? And they have given the material required silk powder $2.2 per gram. Available also they have given what? Number of what? Grams. Silk amino acids also per gram. Aloe vera. Aloe vera information is not provided available. Therefore, it's not a limiting factor. It's not a what? Limiting factor. We don't need to discuss that part for the time being. Labor, skilled labors is what 4 minutes and 5 minutes. Okay, here. The skilled labors, they have given in terms of what? Minutes. Therefore, the available resources also should have been placed as what? In minutes. Otherwise, everything will be messed up. Unskilled labor, once again, we don't need to talk about why information is not provided for unskilled labors. Sometimes it may be needed only to calculate the contribution. Since the contribution being provided, we don't need to calculate the contribution. $9 and $8 a contribution. Maximum demand for the lotion is what? 2,000 bottles per week. So that they have given the sales constraint, which is the demand constraint. And the fixed cost is what? 1,800. They have given only for the lotion is what? 2,000 bottles. Look at the requirement. And they have given the graphs. Don't look at the graph before you develop the equations, right? Calculate the optimum number of each product that the cosmetic company should make per week, assuming that it wishes to maximize the contribution. Calculate the total contribution per week for the new production plan. all working must be rounded to 2 decimal places. That's also given, 2 decimal places. Before we get started with what we call the graph, let's quickly develop all the equations, right? Quickly we'll develop equations. So there are 4 equations to be developed. Am I correct? First one is what? For silk powder. Am I correct? Look at the silk powder. Constraint. First one is silk powder. Silk powder. What is the requirement for the silk powder? 3 grams. Therefore, 3x plus what? 2y less than or equal. How much is available? 5,000. Is that understandable? Second one is what? Silk amino acids. Silk amino acids. How much? 1 gram for lotion, 0.5. Available is what? 1,600. Therefore, x plus what? 0.5 y less than or equal to how much? Less than or equal to how much? 1,600. Silk amino acid is done, right? Third one is they have given about what? Silk labor. Am I correct? Skill labor. Skill labor. How many hours? 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 5 minutes. Am I correct? Then 4x plus 5y less than or equal to how much? 9,600. Clear? These are the what? Constraint. And they have given the sales constraints also, demand constraint. Am I correct? What are demand constraint? Only for what? Lotion. Am I correct? Y is what? Less than or equal to how much? 2,000. This we call it as sales or demand constraint. And if you want, you can take down the what? Non-negativity constraint x, y to be equal to 0 or more than 0. Non-negativity. Is that clear? Now for this, you don't need to find out any points. You don't need to find out what? Any points, because the points and the graphs are what? Given to you. They have properly labeled everything with the dot line, straight line, everything they have what? Clearly what? Labeled. Everything they have clearly labeled.
We don't show the calculations.
What calculation? No, sorry, I didn't understand what you're trying to ask.
We have to did not show that these are the constraints. Since these are the constraints as well.
Are they given the available resources for that? Where were you when I was explaining? I just before explained, no? Since they have not given the available resources for what?
They have given,
Then it should be a constraint.
we should assume it as.
If since it is, how are we going to identify then the available resources? The
To
question
identify it as a constraint or not.
it's given in the question. Look at the question.
Not given to
Yeah, one option is it's if it is not given the available resources, we can assume as a what?
this.
Yeah, that is one option. And Also, look at the question, what they say. Look at the question. Read the question. The cosmetic company, look at silk, amino acids, and aloe vera. 6 months ago, silk worms were attacked by the disease during the heat reduction of the availability of the silk powder and only what? Amino acids. That's also given in the question. Given. Also, after giving this piece of information, available. Otherwise, we can't get the constraint. Am I clear to you? Right. Now they have given the graph. From the graph, you need to find out what is the furthest away from the what? Origin. Furthest away from the what? Origin from the what? ISO profit line method. What is the furthest away from the origin? Furthest vertex from the origin. Furthest away from the origin. What is the point? Do you think the furthest away from the origin is what? E? Do you think is it E? Furthest away? E. B or C or D or E? What is the last point from the ISO? You'll have to check from the ISO. From the ISO. From the ISO, what is the last point that you are meeting? No, for the time being, can I have the ruler? I will check from the. No, we will check. No, not 1600, because you'll have to check the both sides. No, X and Y. No, the points C, D, and all. You have what? X and Y. If you look at point B, point E, point B and E, you have only what? Y value and the what? X value. Only for the point C and D, you have both values. Am I correct? Therefore, you can't say the EO, DO or B is what? Maximum production plan. You'll have to, from the vertex, you should check what is the furthest. Am I correct? Can I have the ruler, please? But the problem there in the computer, how are we going to check? By using the ruler, right? It is C. C is the point that we are meeting at last. If you want, you just double check here. You calculate. You use the corner point method. Yeah, he has used the corner point method here and found. But I can tell you that's the disruption I make sense. If it's confusing, we don't have any other option. We don't have any other option. Because since it's a computer-based assessment, for the students I'm telling you all, since this is a computer-based assessment, very difficult for you to find out what is the point which is giving you what more contribution. But if it is a hard copy, you can do it. Look at, I can show you the hard copy. Because this is the ISO profit line. Correct? Drag. The same angle. I can change the angle. Pass point every day. I have passed the B. Correct? So B has passed. What is the last point that I am making? Last point that I am. See. The definition is given in the study text. Furthest away from the what? Origin. What is the last point that you are meeting from the origin? From the ISO profit line. You can't just keep it the way you want. From the what? This is the ISO profit line. Just turn back anyone. ISO profit line. Right? You like to what? Drag it. Now E is covered. Right? Now D is covered. Right? Next D is covered. What is the last point that we are giving? That is the maximum. That is what ISO profit line does say. But what he did was the perfect way he found each and every corner he found the what he called the profit by using the corner point. Okay, very much question. Yeah. Why are you use the But in the marking scheme, what they say is from the origin seeder, what is the furthest away from the origin, that is the maximum production. That's the way it has been given. That is applicable by using the ruler. Yes. The last point that you are making, when you are dragging, what is the last point that you are making? Still we go to the C. Now what is C? The last point is what? That is the maximum. Or since it is a 20 marks question, online students, what I can tell you all, since this is a 20 marks question, each and every point where in the feasible region, what do you call find out? What is the maximum profit corner point method by referring the corner point method? Because that is 14 marks, no. Therefore, we try to find out for by using the but in the syllabus, your syllabus study text is not given with regard to the corner point method. But in the marking scheme also, they were talking about the ISO profit line method. I don't know why the reason, but I used to teach to the student everything. We need answer, correct answer. What are the method that we are applying? It's none of their business. Examiners, because they don't worry about that part, no, as long as if you are giving a correct answer. But he did the very perfect work. Each and every point here has found the but anyway, A is of course out, no. Only we'll have to find out for E. E also very quickly we can get it. The number is given as what 1500 or something. Am I correct? 1500. You can get the profit. Then again you can get the answer for B also. Am I correct? So the C. Now it's very clear. Point C is what? Maximum production plan. Point C is what? Maximum production plan. Point C is the equation, sorry, point C has been originated through two equations. What are the equations from the question? Just check the graph. Point C has come through two equations. What are those two equations? Yeah, what are the two equations point C? First and second, which is what? Silk powder and the point C you got for silk powder and the what? Silk amino acids. What is the equation for silk powder? 3x plus 2y equal to 5000. And amino acid? X plus 0.5y equals to 1600. Now what is X and what is Y? You can put in the what? Calculator. Get me the answer in 2 decimal places. Sorry, I know. Labor. Skill labor. Point C has been originated through what? 2 points. Am I correct? What are those 2 points? Point C. Then that is silk powder and the what? Skill labor hours. Am I correct? You got point C. You got point C. Online student, make sure. Yes, sir, Sanjana, you are correct. Silk powder and what? Skilled labor. Skill labor, right? 3x plus 2y equals to 5000 and then 4x plus 5y equals to 9600. Correct? Now you can get what is x, what is y. How much x? 0.67. Is that clear? You know how to get the answer for this one. You can, by using the calculator, you can get the answer by solving this one. Y is how much? Y is also same. Are you sure? Just check how much you are getting for x. And I think your answer is wrong here. Yeah, I got from Sanjana. 800 and x is how much? 828.57. Yeah, two decimal places. 828.57. Y is how much? 1257.14. 257.14. Where you went wrong? But in the exam, do it in the calculator. You can save the time, no? Manual method, it may take time. Manually, if you try to work elimination method or substitution method, it may take time. Put it to the calculator, you can quickly get the answers. Go to the mode. Anybody have scientific calculator? Yeah. Mode. Press the game. Press the game. You will get an option called equate. One. Different calculator having a different option, but go to the mode anyway. You will get the option called what? Equate. Then select what? So how many unknown the question? 2 unknown. Then select 2. 2. Starting plus the equation. What is the equation that are we going to solve? 3x plus 2y equals to 5,000. Then first equation 3 equal. How many y? 2y. 2 equal. How much total? Equal. Second equation. How many x? 4x. 4 equal. How many y? 5y. 5 equal. What is the total? 9,600. Equal. Now then x equal 800. 8.5. You get the y 1,200. It's easy because 30 seconds you can get the answer. In case if you are going to get part linear program, I will. I'm sure that most of them who knew how to work through the calculator solving the simultaneous equations or some simultaneous equations. Now we found the what maximum production plan. Through the maximum production plan, let's calculate the company's what total contribution. Total contribution. What is the objective function? How many x? Objective function 9x plus 3y equals to 8y. 8y equals to how much? Don't know. That is our requirement, right? X, how many units we are going to make? 9 times 828.57. 8 times 1257.14. What is that company's total contribution? Malavika? Both of them who have got the answers, Malavika and Sanjana. Very good. 17,514.25. Just double check. Are you all backing the same answer? 17,514.25. But sometime the two decimal places also should have been done properly. You know, shadow price we are going to get for the small amount of the shadow price, right? Therefore, make sure to get the correct answers. Are you all okay? Now you tell me, there are 4-5 types of resources. One is what? Silk powder. Another one is what? Amino acids. Another one is what? Skill labor. Apart from that, we have aloe vera and what? Unskilled labor. Now, unskilled labor and aloe vera are what? Out. We don't talk about what? Those two factors. Those two factors is what? Not necessary now. Now, out of these three available resources, what? Amino acids, silk powder, and skilled labor. What are binding constraints? Without doing any calculation, you can get the two binding constraints. What are binding constraints? You got point C, no? Point C comes through what? Two equations. One is what? Silk powder and the what? Therefore, most probably those are the what? Binding constant. If you want, we can double check. If you want, we can double check whether those are what? Binding constant or not. But from the answers, because that is the equation which has been solved, no? From that two equation only we found the what? Maximum production plan. Therefore, those two are the what? Binding constant. It's very clear. It's very easy. No need to double check. Then what is the non-binding constraint? What is the non-binding constraint? Amino acids. For amino acids, you can find out the shadow price. Since you have a what? Already slack resources. Already you have what? Slack resources. What is the requirement? First requirement? First requirement? First requirement? Right, we did it. This is what our maximum contribution and the maximum production plan. Only for these two, it's going to give you what? 14 marks. But these two can be obtained by doing the from what? Scratch. Straight away, you can't get these two. First, we'll have to define the variable. We'll have to find out what are the constraints. From the constraint, you'll have to sketch the graph. But anyway, the graph is given. From the graph, ISO profit line method or corner point method, you have to find out what are the binding constraints. If you want, I can explain. Shall we double check? But no point of double checking. Look at here. Look at here. If you look at silk powder, what is the equation? Silk powder. How many x? Silk powder, what are the equations, please? 3x plus 2y equals to how much? 5,000. Now, x we found how many units? 828.57. Am I correct? 57. Plus y we have found 1257.14. Then it will be equal to 5,000. There will be a small difference. That is because of what decimal places. That will be anyway equal. Then which means what? Silk powder, entire resources being what? Used. Second one is what? We found the skill labor. Do you agree with me? Skill labor. What is the equation for skill labor? 4x plus 5y equals to how much? 9,600. 4 times 828.57 plus 5 times 1257.14. That will be equal to 9,600. Skill labors also fully what? Utilized. These two are what? Binding constraint. We call it as what? Binding constraint. Binding constraint. This is also binding constraint. If you want, we can check the what? Amino acids. Amino acids. What is the equation for amino acids?
Plus 0.5.
Sorry, x plus
0.5.
x plus 0.5y equals to how much?
1,600.
1,600. Now x is what? 828.57 plus 0.5 times 1257.14. Therefore, how much? 1000.
457.
1457. Yeah, 14. Therefore, this gap we call it as what? Slack. Am I correct? How much? Slack.
142.86.
186 gram. It's what? Slack. Shall we quickly calculate the shadow price? Shadow price can be calculated for what? Both. One for the skill labor, another one is for the what? Sorry, not unskilled. Skill labor and the silk powder. Those two are the binding constraint now. Those two are the what? Binding constraint. But the requirement is only for the silk powder. Just check. Second, part B. Can you read part B? What is part B?
Take the shadow price for silk powder and the slack for silk amino acid.
Right, okay. Right, okay. Excuse me. We can not only for silk powder, requirement is only silk powder in the exam. You can calculate the shadow price for the what? Skill labor also. I will show you both. I will show you both. But anyway, the slack is already calculated. Slack is already calculated. Now I'm going to show you how to calculate the shadow price for silk powder as well as for the what? Skill labors. But the requirement is only what? Silk powder. Right. Now you know shadow price for silk powder. Silk powder. Right? Now you know what is the current contribution? 8x plus 9y. 8x plus 9y equals to how much? Equal to 17,000. 9x plus 8y equals to 17,000. 514.25. This is the current contribution. Now you know what is the formula for silk powder? Silk powder. Silk powder formula. 3x plus 2y equals to how much? 5,000. Skill labor. 5y equals to 9,600. Now for this, I'm going to get what? One silk powder, 1 gram extra. 5,000 will become how much? 5,001. If this is 5,001, what is my x and what is my y? Get me by using the calculator. Now 5,000 has become how much? 5,001. 1 gram I have got as what? Extra. Sorry? 828.906. Then we'll make it as 90. And for y? Are you all backing the answers? Same answer? Yeah, we'll let us substitute. Anyway, you can substitute as long as you found x. And then you can get y. Are you getting 828.90 or different answer? Use a calculator. Go for a function called mode. Apply and get it. Yeah, 829.28. Yeah, 29, I think. $829.29, two decimal places, right? Y would be 1256.57. 1256.57. 57. Now our original contribution, original contribution 9x 8y equals to 17,514.25. Now our production plan got changed. 9 times 829.29 plus 8 times 1256.57. Now what would be the new contribution? $17,516.17. Now there's a gap. Your contribution has been increased. Due to the what? 1 gram. How much it has been increased? Original was 17,514 point, sorry, 1.92 dollars. That is the shadow price for silk powder. O per gram, $1.92 per gram. But sometime you may be getting slightly different answer where in the exam. Some people who are working with the rounding up values, some people are working with the rounding down values. SP stand for silk price, silk powder. Do you want me to explain for skilled labor? That is not a requirement. If you want, I can explain for the skilled labor as well. Do you want? Right. Okay. Online student, did you all take down everything? Yes. Let's move on to the what? Skilled labor, shadow price. For skilled labor. Sorry? No, it's not a requirement. But I'm going to explain to you how to calculate that one in case if that is tested in the exam. But they have asked only for the what silk powder and the what slack resources. So you can calculate for what skilled labor as well.
Which thing the starting price will be same?
Shadow price.
Will be same.
Shadow price is 0 for slack resources. Since you have the what sufficient resources, there's no shadow price. Right? Now let's calculate for the skilled labor. What are the two equations? Original equations? What are the two equation we got? Skill powder. What is the equation? Skill powder. Sorry, silk powder. I'm sorry. Silk powder. 3x 2y equals to 5,000. Now the labor. 4x 5y equals to 9,600. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get extra 1 minute. Extra 1 minute from here. 9,600 will become how much? 9,601. 9,601. Now what would be the production plan? X how many units? Y how many units? No problem. Because I got shadow price of Priyanka. That is for what? Is it for the material or is it for the labor? There is no way to get 7.707. No. Priyanka, you went wrong somewhere. 1257.65. Why you got the complete different answer, Priyanka? Because the number of units by solving those two equations, it should be 829.28 or 29. And 1250 6.57. So that's you did you apply via the calculator or else you did it manually? Priyanka? Ah, yeah, that's a reason but you should put in the calculator, Priyanka, because you know why? My original shadow price is what 1 point, even that is also different from the examiner shadow price. Examiner shadow price was at 1.85. Even we got what 1.92 or something, no? We got 1.92. That is because of once again what decimal places. Once again because of what decimal places. Priyanka, try your level best to go with the what calculator, not the manual system. Will be a problem then. Since we are dealing with the decimal, no. As long as if the examiner is giving the answer with the whole numbers, it's very easy. But there are question also what with the decimal place. Very difficult to deal. Small difference will give us what big difference in the shadow price. That's why they have clearly indicated as what two decimal places. Priyanka, try to work with a calculator. Okay, then how much for x? How many units? 828.29. Sanjana says 2929. No problem. 2829. No problem. Why 1257? Correct. Now let's apply in our original contribution equations. What is the original contribution? 9x plus 8y. Correct. 9x plus 8y equals to 17,000. How much? 5125. By applying this number of units, 9 times 828.29, 8 times 1257.57, that would give you how much? 17,000. 515 or something. Just double check. 515 point something. 17 from the Sanjana. Just double check.
Five one five one
176. 17. Now we can get the cap of this, which is the shadow price. That is how much? 0.92. But that is not part of the requirement. But I have shown you how to calculate the shadow price over labor as well. Clear? Little long apart this is when you are working with the decimal places. I'll quickly finish it off 4-5 OTQ questions. So that is already he has uploaded. Just check. Yes, Priyanka, you can use that calculator to get the what. Only I think scientific calculator you can use that one. FX 100 ms, I believe. If you do not have a mode function, it cannot be applied. Casio 350 ms model. I don't know, Priyanka. As long as if that option is available, no way to get the answers. But when you are dealing with the decimal places, you can't go with the manual system because there's a small difference. No manual system. Sometime when you are applying and calculating and all, it may give you the different answer because shadow price. See the shadow price $0.75, $0.9. Then there'll be a bigger issue. Try your level best to use the calculator. I don't know whether it can be done behind the laptop calculator. You have the scientific, no? The laptop itself. The laptop, there's a calculator, no? The computer. I don't know whether it's scientific or not. I'm not quite sure. Both available. Then it's easy, no? You don't have to carry the calculator for the exam. Where the exam center over here? No, no. Exam center is here. Huh? Where do you want to go? All right. Did you all book for the exam or how long you all have booked for the exam? When is the deadline for booking the exam? Of this month. Once again, tomorrow also complicated topic we are going to discuss. Relevant costing. Numbers can be obtained by referring the theories. Don't get late tomorrow's class. We'll be starting from the scratch. I have a small problem with the question number three. But all the other questions are okay. Question number three only, it doesn't match with my answer. It doesn't match with my answer. Anyway, I'll tell you what the examiner is being given as an answer. But I don't agree with that answer. I don't agree with that answer. Only for question number that three, that 100, it comes as 100. Have you all done relevant costing before? Yeah. Oh, some people call it as what relevant cost. I used to call as a relevant. What is meant by relevant cost?
Relevant to the current project or anything.
Super.
Some cost.
Very good. We'll discuss tomorrow. But when we are learning, it's very easy. When it comes to the questions, we'll get a headache on that. You did any paper before? First time. This is the first paper. How many papers to be done for you based on what the examinations wrote? Oh, due to the you got the exam due to the degree. Eight, no. So this, of course, each question you have to complete in 2 minutes, right? There are 5 questions. You can take maximum 10 minutes. Online, have you all got the answers? We can get started. Right, let's get started. Question number one. Question number one. OTQ questions. Contribution 5x plus 10y. Contribution A graph has identified that the optimum production plan exists at the point where the following two constraints, skill labor and the what? Unskilled labor. There's a maximum demand, 12,000 units of each product. That is not relevant for the time being, right? What is the number of units of product Y produced in order to maximize the contribution? So now we'll have to solve these equations. That is what 6x plus 4y equals to how much? 62,000. 2x plus 5y equals to what? 50,000. Now what is x and what is y? Very straightforward questions. Okay. Y is what? 8,000. Therefore, the maximum production plan is how much? 8,000. Excuse me. I'm going to change these questions now. Let's say now you found the Y is what? 8,000. X is 5,000. No, that is less than the what? Market demand. Am I correct? Let's say the market demand is 7,000 units. Let's say market demand for Y is what? 7,000 units. What would be your maximum production plan for Y? But this question you found the market demand is what? 12,000 units. And based on the what, constraint, you got the answers as what? 5,000 and 8,000. If the market demand is less than, but anyway, that constraint which would give you the less than that amount. But you can't go beyond the market demand if that is the case. You can't go beyond the market demand. But these two equation itself, it's suggesting you what? X is 5,000, Y is what? 8,000. Next questions. A jewelry company makes rings and necklace. The resources available to make have analyzed two concerns have been identified: labor, machine time. The management accountant has used linear programming to determine that R500 and N400. Which of the following are slack resources? What is meant by slack? Non-binding constraint. Just applying the equations. 3R plus 2N equals to how much? 2,400. R how many units? 500. 3 times 500. 2 times 400. Then 1,500, 2,300. Am I correct? Therefore, this is what? Slack. Do you agree with me? That is what? First one, labor time. Labor time is what? Slack. Let's check second one, machine time. Machine time 0.5 R plus 0.4 N equals to 410. 0.5 times 500, which is 250. 0.4 times 400. That is 410. Am I correct? Therefore, that is not what? Slack binding constraint. Only for the non-binding constraint, you have what? Slack. Therefore, what would be the correct answer? Only what? Labor time available. 1. That is what? A would be the correct answer. A would be the correct answer. Before we come to the next question, we quickly finish it up other two questions. At last, we come back to that question, right? The shadow price of skilled labor for CBV is currently $8 per hour. What is the shadow price? $8. What is meant by shadow price? The price that the company is willing to pay for what? Extra resources. Am I correct? What does this mean? The cost of obtaining additional skilled labor resources is what? $8 per hour. There is a hidden cost of no hidden cost. Contribution will be increased by $8 per hour for each extra hour of skilled labor that can be obtained. That's the correct answer. No. How do we calculate the shadow price? from what original contribution, when you are getting the excess resources, your contribution, how much is what? Increasing. That is the definition of what? Shadow price. I believe C would be what? More suited answer, more correct answer. A, do you think A is correct answer? Bit of a confusion. A, very close, but not close enough. Why? The cost of obtaining additional skilled labor resources is what? That is wrong. That is not cost. That is not cost. $8 is what? That the amount that we are willing to pay for the what? Our labor force for extra resources. It does not mean the cost, because we will try to pay what? Less than that anyway. Therefore, the cost is not what? $8. Next question is, of course, very easy. You'll have to rank the product and you'll have to find out the what contribution per limiting factor, and you'll have to identify what is the most profitable and the what least profitable. If you want, I can explain, right? Do you want me to explain that one? Yeah, I'll explain if you want. That is a normal traditional system. R, S, and T. They have given the selling price. That is what fee charged to the customer: 100, 150, and 160. And they have given the variable cost: direct material 15, 30 and 25. 30 and 25. Next one is what? Direct labor. Direct labor 20, 35 and 30. 35 and 30, right? Next one is what? Variable overhead. Variable overhead 15, 20 and 22. Correct? 22. Now you can get the what? Contributions. Let me know the contribution quickly. Sorry? 50, 65. These are bonus questions where in the exam. 83. 83. Now we will rank the product based on what? Contribution per limiting factor. But here the limiting factor is being provided. Look at the question. All three services use the same type of a direct labor, which is paid $25 per hour. Every 1 hour, we are making the payment of what? $25. What are the most and least profitable? Uses the direct labor as a what? Scarce resources. Direct labor as a what? Scarce resources. Now, if you look at the labor cost is what? $25 per hour. If it is $25 per hour, how many hours being used for hour? 20 divided by 25. How many hours? 20. 0.8 hours. For this one, $35. 35 divided by 25. 1.4 hours. Next one, 30 divided by 25. 1.2. Okay, now let's calculate the what? Contribution per limiting factor. 50 divided by 0.8 hours. 65 divided by 1.4 hours. 22 divided by 1.2 hours. How much? The first one. Okay, next one. 34. Last one. 18.33. Now we can rank. This is first. This is second. This is what? Third. Most and the least. First and third. Do you agree with me? First and third. That is what? R and T. R and T. Most profitable is what? R. Is there a problem with our calculations? Just check the figures. Yeah, no, sorry. $83 divided by 1.2. That would give you how much? 69.16. Therefore, this is first. This is second. This is third. TNS. Am I correct? TNS. Answer would be D. Answer would be D. I made mistakes or you all? I don't know. Right. The last question will finish it off. Right. A linear programming model has been formulated for two products. Very good question. Just have a look. This type of question only that you can expect as an OTQ. Little complicated. The objective function C equals to, objective function is what? 5x plus 6y. The number of product x, yes, each unit of x uses 2 kilogram of z, each unit of y uses 3 kilogram of z. So now material requirement is 2x plus what? 3y. Material requirement. That is the requirement of what? Z material. Correct? But they have not given the what? Available resources. They have not given the available resources. Why? The standard cost for the material is what? $2 per kilogram. Material cost is $2 per kilogram. I'm just taking out all the information. The shadow price for the material Z has been worked and the found is $2.8. Shadow price is what? $2.8. Original price was $2, but shadow price is what? 2.8. So whenever you get 1 kilo extra, your contribution will increase by 2.8. Do you agree with me? Whenever you get 1 kilo as an extra, your contribution will increase by $2.8. If an extra 20 kilogram of material Z becomes available at $2, what will the maximum increase the contribution be? But it's available in the market at $2, but our contribution will increase by how much? $2.8. Because you know why? That is a shadow price. You remember how we found the shadow price? Correct? Therefore, how to calculate our contribution? How much it's increased? Contribution will increase 20 kg times what? $2.8 per kg. That would give you how much? 20 times 2.8. Yeah, answer would be 56. Lots of students, what they do is in the exam. Shall I tell you the mistake? Some of the students, they calculate 0.8 times what? 20. Which would give you how much? 16. You are wrong. You are wrong. Because the question clearly asks how much your contribution will increase. What is meant by shadow price? Every 1 kilo, how much is your contribution going to what? Increase. So we are going to get what? 20 kilo as an extra. So every 1 kilo of a contribution will increase what? The shadow price, which is what? 2.8. Therefore 56. Are you all okay? With that, we can wind up the sessions. Tomorrow we'll be starting what? Relevant costing. Do all the other past papers questions on the linear program. Thank you very much. Hope you all enjoyed. See you what? Tomorrow by 8:30. Sorry, 8 o'clock.